Good evening. I'd like to call this February 10th, 2022 regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, would you please read the roll?
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston? Here. Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to allow board members to participate remotely?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to allow board members to participate remotely in the February the 10th, 2022 regular meeting in accordance with Bedford County Public School Policy BDD.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Welcome to the meeting, Dr. Mealy.
Thank you.
And in accordance with the precedent that was set at the previous meeting, could you please state for the record the reason why you are not here?
Medical reasons.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for February 10, 2020?
So
So moved.
I heard Mr. Hill first. I have a motion by Mr. Hill, a second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Agenda approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A178-1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, discipline, and release of contract for specific school board employees. 7, for consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual and probable litigation involving student matters. 8, for consultation with legal counsel retained by the school board for advice on specific legal matters regarding the provision of legal advice by such counsel, including school board policies and personnel matters.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are now in closed session.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Where's Mealy at?
I'll wait for Dr. Mealy.
Oh, Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I just went someplace else to, hold on just a second. Okay, I just thought I was gonna have to use my phone, so I went to grab it. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you certify a closed session?
Oh, you've already done it? It's already.
Well, no, we're waiting for you to say yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
all right.
Due to the late hour, and closed session taking a little bit longer than what we thought, we're going to move staff reports and informational items to item 8 on the agenda. And right now, we will break for dinner. That's terrible.
This screen.
And then you see next week's deal?
Well, I'm supposed to get some again
Yeah. It goes like the low's like 19, and then like 3 days from now it's back up to 60. So I don't know.
I know we're gonna get a pile of snow because my wife is out of town on Sunday.
Yep.
I need to go over there. It's time to get a pile of snow.
No,
I'm out of town.
was she able to get back home?
8 days later. You know, after I got it, when I told him to meet me bedridden, I said, you know you're jinxing.
Every time. This time, just make her stay in town.
No, she's down, our youngest son,
Gotcha.
she's down at, even me, just,
Okay.
college, she's going down to Texas.
That's cool. Sometimes you gotta do that, though, you know. Just to make sure. It's both.
No
It's both.
idea. I'm just making sure you're ready. I just don't want to start before you.
I told them, I said it was.
It is. It is great.
Good evening. I would like to reconvene the February 10th regular meeting of Bedford County Public School Board. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to take a moment of silence in memory of Claire Overstreet, daughter of Tim Overstreet. Tim has been a dedicated employee of Bedford County Public Schools for many, many years. And also, too, if there's anyone else that you feel the need to lift up in prayer, please do so at this time. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, you're up. Recognition of students and staff.
Tonight, we take time to recognize one of our high school programs that's on a pretty amazing run. The VHSL Theater Competition brings high school theater programs from across Virginia to compete every year. Each school performs a play which must be 35 minutes or less. Based on enrollment size, competitions are divided into several different classes of similar-sized schools. JF competes with a handful of Class 4 schools, and this year won their third straight state championship. Tonight, we get the privilege of honoring not one, but two of those teams. And we will begin with last year's group, who we present their state championship rings to tonight. So before we officially get started, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Bergen, could you all please come forward here? Excellent. Students, and with this group, former students as well, when you come up, receive your ring, please come off to the side and remain here as a group so we can get a picture before we dismiss you. The 2020 play was Pirates, Theodore Thud, and the Quest for Weirdbeard by Joshua Michael. Not present tonight from the backstage crew, Sarah Artman, Logan Miller, and Georgia Wilson. Also not present tonight from the cast, Aaliyah Carver, Connor Champney, Addison Chido, Caroline Connor, Jalen Dews, Samantha Elam, Cam Quayles, Thomas Smith, who was recognized as a state outstanding actor, Zamari Toe, Lily Van Bergen, Olivia Webb, Brett Womack, and Madam Chair, the certificates for later on we'll talk about. There's one student in the second group that is not here. Just the rings for this group, and we will begin with Miss Julia Deal. Sophie Dodge. Hope Dyer. Sky Evans. K.J. Jessup. Tori McDonald. Ashley Murphy cannot be here with us tonight. Ms. Sexton, if you'll please make sure that that ring, if it's there, is removed. Paul Reed. Alyssa Nazagan. Angel O'Neill. State Outstanding Actor Recognition, Prentice Patrick Carter. Shay Robertson. Even Tyree. And finally, directors, the husband and wife duo, Spence and Nikki White. we could kind of bring you guys in for like a double row of two, I think that would work. The 2020 VHSL one-act play Class 4 State Champion Cavalier Theater. After 2 straight championships, the team decided to take on something entirely different last year, and that was converting a 5-act Shakespeare play into one single act. The result? A championship three-peat. Again, when I call your name, please come forward to receive a certificate in your honor, and again, please remain standing to the side for a group picture when we're finished. And now, the cast and crew of the Comedy of Errors. Non-present tonight, Savannah Davis and Carter Rice. Also not able to make it tonight from the cast, Ryan Newman. And those that are here, Wyatt Bryant. Julia Deal. Sophie Dodge. It's important to note before we move forward that for the first time in at least the memory of people who count, all 4 Outstanding Actor Awards for individual performers were bestowed upon 4 actors from JF, and again, that's the first time that anybody can remember that happening. The first state outstanding actor recognition, Sky Evans. The second state outstanding actor recognition, Sarah Lynn Laux. Everybody played a role in this championship. Tori MacDonald. Blake McGregor. Once again, Angel O'Neill. The third state outstanding actor recognition, Prentice Patrick Carter. Paul Reed. Shay Robertson. Jack Snow. Bridget Spangenberg. Even Tyree. William Wallace. The third. And Micah Willis. Micah with the fourth and final State Outstanding Actor recognition. On to the crew backstage, Anna Miller. Blue Wise. And once again, your Cavalier Theater directors, Spence and Nikki White. The 2021 VHSL one-act play Class 4 State Champion Cavalier Theater. You bet. You bet. Yes, ma'am. You bet. You bet. You bet. You absolutely.
He has the best voice.
You
He has
bet.
the best
Thank you.
voice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. You bet. And February is School Board Appreciation Month across Virginia. Tonight, we take time to recognize Bedford County School Board members who exemplify local citizen control and decision-making in education. They put forth large amounts of their time and an immeasurable amount of energy each year to assure that our schools are providing the best education possible to our students. The staff of our school division is taking this moment to tell our board members thank you for caring and hope that members of the public will do this as well. A certificate from the VSBA honoring you has been placed at your seat, and thank you again for all that you do on behalf of the staff. And finally, February is also School Board Clerk Appreciation Month across the Commonwealth. Tonight, we recognize Mrs. Diana Johnson for all that she does throughout the year for the board. Mrs. Kirby and Mr. Hill have a token of appreciation for Mrs. Johnson on behalf of the board. Bedford County School Board Clerk, Mrs. Diana Johnson. And board members, if you will, as we proceed on without Mr. Leamy, we would love to have a group photo back by the flags. If you could assemble there so we could snap your photo for Appreciation Month, that would be appreciated.
I guess back row.
I know I'm on the front.
Whoops, that's good for as far as I can.
I'm short, okay, I'm short.
Okay, good. I get back right after all. And now we're going to move on to public comment. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting, and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating their person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will disperse them to us board members. Please do not adjust the microphone on the podium as it has been positioned for optimum quality. Mr. Edwards.
Madam Chair, we have a full slate for the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Aaron Farrell, David Beauregard, Miranda Ray, David Dietrich, Lori Dooley, Lacey Johnson, Heather Pippin, Rachel Cooper, Claire McNeely, and Jen Lasowski.
Thank you. Ms. Farrell, lead us off, please.
Hello, my name is Erin Farrell. I live in District 3. Good evening, school board members, Mr. Superintendent, staff, and community. School board members, congratulations. Happy School Board Appreciation Month. We do appreciate you. And I want to take a few minutes to thank you for a lot of things. So firstly, thank you for increasing the public comment time from 25 minutes to 40 minutes, and for increasing the individual speaking time to 4 minutes. We all really appreciate your decision. Secondly, thank you for holding these meetings in this larger venue and for moving the special meeting on February 28th to an even larger venue. Chairwoman Kirby, I think that decision falls under your leadership or jurisdiction, so I just want to say thank you for that. And also Sheriff Miller, deputies, staff, We appreciate all your flexibility too. Those two decisions, though also practical, symbolically demonstrate to us that everyone is welcome with enough seats at the table for the community. These decisions demonstrate how you are a school board who reflects our community. Teachers, bus drivers, janitorial staff, paraprofessionals, food service employees, and administrators. As a parent of 2 children in Bedford County, I am indebted to you. Our community sees you on the front line still after 23 months. In March's meeting, community members, other parents, and myself are eager to share other steps that we in the community are taking to provide some extra support for you guys. This includes some hopeful information from Youngkin's team and the Department of Labor and Industry regarding how to show you the respect you deserve to make your own masking choices, among other things. School board members, you led the way in Virginia, acknowledging parents' rights to choose what is best for their children. Other counties are following your lead. Even now, some blue states are announcing that they're going to do the same, including maybe even giving teachers that same choice as students. New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland, California, to name a few. So thank you for leading the way. Lastly, school board members, please allow me to share some quotes from our teachers, parents, and children celebrating the parents' choice regarding masking. An elementary school teacher said, quote, "I'm happy that I get to see their faces. I'm happy that they get to make the choice to cover them or not to cover them. It is easier for me to hear the kids." A middle school student, Bella LaFrance, said, "I'm so happy that I have a choice about the mask. I'm happy to be able to breathe in deeply and exhale when I need to." A high school teacher said, quote, "I'm absolutely thrilled to see my students' smiling faces. It is also nice to regularly see all classes to see full classes and not have my students have to rely on videos while they are at home." Margaret and Steve Smith, grandparents raising their granddaughter, said, "Our granddaughter is so much happier now seeing faces uncovered, and we appreciate our voices were heard at the school board and that science is being followed. She loves the attention and affirmation from her classmates' faces." Another parent said, she is, quote, "thankful that the physical dividers amongst children have been lifted and that the numbers haven't imploded. I'm looking forward to focusing more energy on the purpose of school education," unquote. And lastly, another parent said, "The decision to restore parent choice in regards to masking our children has primarily exemplified the school board's intent to work with parents to educate our children." Again, school board and staff, teachers, everyone, thank you for representing the Bedford community.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Mr. Beauregard?
Good evening. I'm appreciative, too, of several things, but some of the things I'm not appreciative of is the continued disregard for complying with the oath that you swore to uphold the Constitution, to be amenable at all times. Again, I wonder if you spoke about the public comment time that I mentioned about last week or last month, and we want dialogue. This isn't the way it was done. But I'm not going to continue to go into the you being amenable at all times, because you have rejected that. But I want to speak to those of you who name the name that is above all names, whoever you might be, whether you're in the audience or on the board. For 8 months, I have been trying to help this board of servants understand why they're elected and who they must give an account to at all times. That the people are by rights granted by the Constitution of Virginia, the ones to whom you must give an account at all times. In addition, I have reminded the board that each of you agreed to take this position by a sworn oath to God. So I want to ask you, what God is that you swore to? Your rejection of that oath that you swore to uphold that is a rejection of God himself. I only know of one God, that is the Creator, God Almighty. In fact, a great definition of who that is found in Isaiah 9:6. And it is written, "For a child will be born to us, a son will be given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace. There will be no end to the increase of his government or of peace on the throne of David and over his kingdom, to establish it and to uphold it with justice and righteousness from then on forevermore." In these verses, we see the Godhead, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's the God I know. I'm asking you, is that the God that you swore to? Also, in regard to an oath, the Scripture still speaks to us. In Psalm 15, it says, "O Lord, who may abide in your tent? Who may dwell on your holy hill? He who walks with integrity and works righteousness and speaks truth in his heart." And a couple verses down, it says, "And he who swears to his own hurt and does not change." That means if you took an oath to do something, you do it, even if it costs you money, time, your life. Those of us who believe are one, and those of you who believe that are up here with those of us here that are believers, we're one. We're supposed to act as one, especially when it involves a community that we live in. I wonder what changes when we're standing out there in the hallway praying with some of you. What changes when you step over here and you sit in those seats? What changes in your faith that you do not honor that oath? Yeshua wrote, "What I tell you in the darkness, speak in the light, and what you hear whispered in your ear, proclaim upon the housetops. Do not fear those who kill the body, but are unable to kill the soul, but rather fear him who is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Therefore, everyone who confesses me before men, my Father who is in heaven, but whoever denies me before men, I will also deny him before my Father who is in heaven. Do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword." What he means is that he is the light of the world, and that everyone doesn't like the light.
Thank you, Ms. Beauregard.
I'm not finished.
4 minutes are up, please, sir.
I understand that, but due to your disobeying the law to be amenable at all times, I'm going to stay within my right to speak to you at any time. He's saying that he is the way, the truth, and the light, and that people who are not of the light and the truth will vehemently disagree with us and hate us. And brothers and sisters, if we are not hated in this world today, there's something wrong with the way we're living.
Mr. Beauregard, your 4 minutes are up.
Are we serving the God called the state of Virginia?
I will ask one of the deputies to come up for you, sir.
Well, in that case, I can ask the deputy, since you have broken the law, it is my right to ask the deputy to dismiss you from this meeting tonight. So we can go that way if you want, or I can take 2 more minutes to finish what I have to say.
Your 4 minutes are up, Mr. Beauregard.
Are you serving the God of the Bedford County School Board? Are you serving the God of the Code of Virginia?
Mr. Beauregard.
Which are not gods at all. We need to remember that all of us are
Mr.
in the Lord.
Beauregard, we just extended this from 3 to 4 minutes.
She had broken the law.
We ask for your respect for our rules right now.
Abba, I beseech you by the mercy and sacrifice of your Son and Savior, let us not be found wanting, denying it, please do not touch me, or failing in our responsibility to tell the truth and to rescue. May you be glorified in every word we speak, every action we take, and every thought we have.
Amen. Ms. Ray?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me a moment of your time. In honor of Black History Month and my ancestors that fought for us to have the freedom and equality that we have today, I would like to discuss the treatment and mishandling of minority students. The last few months, there have been a few incidents that have triggered the discomfort and disrespect that my ancestors experienced by being called a nigger. And it needs to be addressed. I know it's a tough subject, but it needs to be addressed. Recently, I had a parent that informed me of the hate crime that was committed against her 2 children. They weren't heard or taken seriously regarding the racial slurs that happen at practices, during school, and even on social media. Because the school district and their employees dropped the ball with these students, they decided to take themselves and go to have education elsewhere, another county. Because of this, of dropping of the ball, the 2 students don't seem like they were heard, nothing happened, and it continuously occurred in Bedford County. Now, my own child was stepping off the school bus, and he experienced the same exact thing. However, I decided to stay in Bedford County and help make a difference. As a school board, you are to assist, represent, and do what's best for all children, having equitable, educational, and equal opportunities for all children in Bedford County. That should be your goal. Because honestly, all of our kids, every one of our kids, they matter. All of them. That goes for Caucasian, that goes for African, that goes for Asian, Hispanic, Native Americans, and also the LGBTQ. Well, we all matter. I would like Bedford County to have strong consequences for any adult or child that feels the right to use a racial slur, because it's disrespectful and it shouldn't be happening. It's just like any other name calling or anything else. It should be treated as such. It's a form of bullying, harassment, and also hate. Therefore, there should be, like I said, strong consequences in all of the schools of this county. Taking away the literature that my children can relate to in our libraries is wrong. My child should be able to read a book that talks about their culture. How can you sit here and feel like it's okay to remove those opportunities out of any library in this county? Being a part of this board, you're not equally fighting for everybody if you're okay with doing that. It's wrong. Teaching selective topics and subjects that my children cannot relate to, that's not the answer either, and that's also wrong. Removing history that my children can relate to, that my children can experience what their ancestors went through and not feel uncomfortable about it. They should be able to sit in a classroom, and all students should be able to listen and understand those history things that happened with my ancestors as well, not just the Caucasians or any other race. It should also be as well as with African Americans. Bedford County is 2022. 2022. And you must be supportive to all people that God has brought here. All people, not one group of people. His scripture does say in Mark 12:31, love your neighbor as yourself. There's no commandment greater than these. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Mr. Dietrich? Mr. Dietrich?
Dave Dietrich from Forest, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new governor. We have a new school board with new leadership. Governor Youngkin has, through executive order, ended the teaching of critical race theory in schools in the Commonwealth of Virginia. These are good developments, but let's put these developments into proper cautionary perspective, and let's be vigilant. First, the concept of culturally responsive teaching remains in Bedford County, Virginia. Second, recall we were told that culturally responsive teaching is different than critical race theory, yet we were not told how and why it is different. Culturally responsive teaching was also never adequately defined for us, nor explained in any detail. To the best of my knowledge, there has been no discussion regarding what CRT end state success looks like. There has been no evidence put forward that scientifically based empirical discovery has ever shown any significant academic success resulting from culturally responsive teaching. Now is the time for both the current school board and the public to seek clarification on these issues. We should also respectfully insist on answers and hold educational administrators responsible for those answers. We should insist also on clear and specific details concerning how educational administrators plan to comply with and implement the governor's executive order. We should consider how compliance can best be monitored by interested parties, especially the current school board, parents, and general public. Overall, we should consider what it means to be educated. How one determines that will impact on what is taught, how it is taught, and why. Until recently, education meant the discovery or the illumination of truth. That idea traces back to the ancient Greeks, to the days of Plato, Aristotle, and many others. Yet since the advent of postmodernism, moral relativism, and critical theory in more recent times, the education has evolved into something quite different. Group grievances, collectivist redress, and so-called quality of outcome or equity are now at the forefront. Educators have developed these new theories and methods, and they have become widely known as critical race theory, culturally responsive teaching, and the like. In the process, the centuries-old idea concerning education and truth have become discarded image. Education is also no longer about the quest for truth, because there is no absolute truth in the minds of many today. Truth becomes whatever one wants it to be, yet new ideas become subtly new truths, arguably designed to proselytize while going unchallenged. The time is now to change these initiatives, but of course with reason, compassion, dispassion, and civility always guiding the effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dietrich. Lori Dooley. Lori Dooley. Okay, she's not here. Lacey Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Lacey Johnson, and I live in District 6. I'm here to request that the board discuss and develop a clear and consistent plan for parents entering Bedford County Public Schools. At one of my children's schools, I can enter the office without a mask. At a different school, I cannot come in past the breezeway without a mask on long enough to even sign out my child. These inconsistencies may have an impact on parents' willingness to volunteer and be seen at the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Heather Pippin.
Good evening. My name is Heather Pippin. I'm a resident of District 3. I want to thank you for taking a stand and making a decision to end the mask mandates in the Bedford County Public Schools. Thousands of parents and students thank you. In most schools, it is being reported that 80% of the parents are choosing for their children to not wear a mask. Thank you for your wisdom regarding parents' freedom to choose, understanding that we know what is best for our children. While my thanks is heartfelt and sincere, I am sure the biggest thank you that you will receive is from the smiles of the children themselves. I'm sure, like you also saw photos and heard recounts being shared on January 25th of happy, smiling, maskless children, smiling the smile of freedom. The following are quotes I'm sharing from parents of children in Bedford County Public Schools who I've reached out to and have graciously and enthusiastically allowed me to share. Josie Davis reported, "I'm over here crying happy tears for all those precious kids, loving seeing all these happy faces." Olivia Madison stated she was so thrilled to send my boys to school maskless this morning. It was awesome to see the smiling kiddos headed into school. Charity Howell shared, "My girls were so excited when I told them this morning. Today is the first day my first grader has ever been to school without a mask." Tiffany Foley commented, "I love seeing the smiles. This is how kids connect to people. It gave me chill bumps to see all the kids without masks. What a great day for our kids." Kaylee Whitaker noted, "This was the first day ever my 2 little ones have been to school without a mask." And while the kids are still required to wear masks on their bus, Beth Lawrence, a local bus driver, took note of what the kids had to say about not having to wear a mask once inside the school. Children, in their own words, were saying, "I can't wait to be able to breathe fresh air all day. Now my face won't get hot all day and my ears won't hurt all day. I can't wait to see my friends talk and smile." Ms. Lawrence states, "I have noticed a big difference in the kids' overall enthusiasm about school since they lifted the mandate. They look forward to going into school more now, and even the kids have said they like it better because they enjoy being in class without the mask. They can talk to other kids easier, and their biggest thing, they have said, is they can smile at their teachers." I must say that I am proud to live in Bedford County with a school board who, in January, took a stand to end the mask mandates on our children. Not all Virginia County school boards share the same wisdom as the Bedford County School Board. These other counties should feel confident, however, in making the same changes Bedford County has made by taking a look at our numbers. On January 25th, the first day our Bedford children went back to school with their mask mandate, there were 63 COVID cases reported on the Bedford County Public School website. From January 26th through February 9th, the last day, published on the Bedford County Public School website, all days have had fewer cases, with 7 being the lowest and 28 being the average number of cases in this time frame. The impact of children taking off their mask has not increased the spread of COVID. During this same time frame, Bedford County at large ranged from 104 new COVID cases on January 25th, highs of 192 and 172 with an average of 94. As predicted, school COVID numbers will rise and fall as the community cases rise and fall. And so the rest of Virginia should feel confident as the winds of freedom move across our Commonwealth. Confident that, in the words of Governor Youngkin, as quoted recently in the Washington Post, we can keep our kids in school, provide a parental opt-out to mask mandates, and protect lives and livelihoods. Freedom winds are indeed moving. Yesterday, the Virginia Senate passed SB 739, and as it is anticipated, the House will follow suit. What wonderful news! The few counties in Virginia that are still mandating masks will soon end the mask tyranny, just as Bedford County has done so. While there is still work to be done, both locally and nationally, to restore Christian values and freedom, today I thank you. I thank you, school board, for leading the way to end the mask mandates on our children. We have seen the smiles of freedom, and it is a beautiful sight.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. Rachel Cooper? Rachel Cooper? Claire McNeely? Claire McNeely? Jen Lazowski?
Good evening. My name is Jen Lazowski, and I'm in District 3. I first became interested in the school system after the COVID-19 mask controversy. I'm a grandmother. And I spent 15 years in the clinical side of a large city hospital. And at no time were we allowed in the airborne virus room with a paper surgical mask, so things were not making sense to me. I started attending school board meetings, and I started noticing some other things. Primarily, the school district was swimming in COVID-19 stimulus money. I also attended a meeting where they described receiving grant money for 2 electric buses. It was explained that Bedford really did not know whether the buses would be appropriate for our rural district, but the money was there. We applied, we got it. The 2 buses cost $800,000, twice what a standard bus would cost. We actually have a full-time employee whose job it is to seek out grants, whether we need them or not. This sounds good, but one has to understand monetary policy to understand that this is not good. Our county citizens are struggling to fill their tanks, feed their families because of inflation. Bedford County School District is sitting on over $3 million in a maintenance account, over $2 million in a textbook account. My immediate response was, why don't we issue a rebate to our taxpayers? The problem with accepting so much federal money is that you're only permitted to spend it the way they want you to spend it. We have to start thinking about the ramifications these policies hold for the entire country, rather than taking money because we can. The other thing I am passionate about is the role of our teachers in our classroom. I noticed in the school budget the growth of the administration expenses from 2021 to 21-22 is 19.79%, whereas the growth in instruction is just a little over 2%. I'm going to look at one administrative department that just happens to be the Human Resource Department. And for example, there's an executive director of human resources. There's a director of human resources. There's a supervisor of human resources. There's a supervisor of new teacher support. There's a supervisor of professional learning. These all were at pay grades above 40. Benefits clerk and 2 secretaries. The pay scale diagram on the website stopped at 30. So I do not know the salaries of the executives. I am not making assumptions about whether this is an efficient use of manpower and resources, but I do think it is incumbent for the school board to find out. I, for one, think our teachers should be making very competitive salaries, and along with that salary, give them back the responsibility of evaluating our children's progress rather than subjecting our children to increasing number of tests. The Bedford School District spends, according to Public School Review, $13,374 per student when the state average is $12,303 per student. If we were to reduce spending to more in line with the state average, we would not have to seek federal money at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Due to the fact that we had 3 speakers sign up that did not show up, would anyone else like to speak? We have some time. Okay, no volunteers, so I'll close public comment for that portion. Now we're going into the budget public hearing for fiscal year 2022 to 23. The budget public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. This portion of the meeting is designed for public comments regarding the budget only. Please remember that this is a public meeting and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for a cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send them to Ms. Johnson and she will give them to the board And as with the prior meeting, please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Mr. Edwards.
Madam Chair, 4 individuals have scheduled for budget public comment. William Crumpacker, Aaron Farrell, Christina Childress, Mary Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Crumpacker.
Good evening. My name is William Crumpacker. I'm a town of Bedford resident and parent of 3 children, 2 of which attend Liberty High School. I'm appearing before you tonight to request that you consider budget appropriations to fully fund Bedford County Public School students who wish to attend the Regional Career and Technical Education Academy at CVCC. This funding should include tuition, books, and any associated costs for items needed for these classes. You may not realize that the Regional CTE Academy at CVCC was created in 2020 as a result of a $400,000 grant to CVCC from the Regional Growth and Opportunity Board. The Regional Academy was developed to meet a need to train skilled workers in the Region 2000 workforce. A November 2016 comprehensive economic development strategy study conducted by the Region 2000 called for the establishment of a regional workforce center to deliver necessary workforce training. Employer needs assessments also validated how critical the need was. The Regional CTE Academy was also designed to work with regional public school systems to develop new and expanded dual enrollment opportunities for high school students that would allow them to obtain the necessary employment credentials in fields such as manufacturing, healthcare, information technology, and the automation segments of the food and beverage sector. My wife and I became aware of the Regional CTE Academy last year when our oldest son, Caleb, who was a sophomore, was considering his school schedule for this year, his junior year. He had taken a shop class at LHS, and one of the areas of study was welding. He has always had an interest in fixing things and was immediately drawn to welding and the satisfaction he got from repairing and fabricating things using his hands and his mind. Together we had recognized that a 4-year college education was probably not in his future. When he learned of the Welding Career Study Certificate Program at CVCC through the Regional CTE Academy, we began to work with Taylor Flint, who was the CTE Program Liaison for Bedford County Schools. Our son was accepted into the program and thoroughly enjoyed the practical learning environment. We learned after he had applied and been accepted into the program that there was a cost of over $1,500 for the 5 8-week courses during his semester. This cost did not include his books or other items such as a welding helmet, gloves, and welding supplies. When we met with Mr. Jason Clark, who is the coordinator of the Regional CTE Academy, he stated that Bedford County only paid for the books for the classes, and had our son been a student from Amherst or Campbell County, he would have been able to attend the courses and receive all necessary books and supplies at no cost. We spoke to the financial aid office at CVCC, and they informed us that since he was a high school student, we were not eligible for student grants or federal aid programs such as FAFSA because of legislation that had been passed on the state level that limited access to those programs away from high school students. Had our son been a high school graduate, he could have attended the same classes through the state's G3 initiative, which would have fully covered tuition and fees as well as a book allowance. G3 being get skilled, get a job, get ahead. After that, I spoke with Dr. Sean Trosper, who at the time was the CTE and secondary education supervisor for Bedford County Public Schools. He shared with me that Bedford County and CVCC had agreed to a discounted cost of the program. I'm not sure what the discounted cost was because what we paid per credit hour was similar to what the state's in-person rate was advertised on the CVCC website. I also contacted the CTE coordinators for Campbell County, Amherst County, and Appomattox County. Campbell and Amherst both have a set number of available spots for students, and the programs are no cost to the students or their families. Appomattox gives $800 per student and is limited because of funding controlled by their Board of Supervisors. My concern here is that there is a need in our community for skilled workers to help supplement the workforce, and there are high school students like my son who want this kind of training and education, and to be able to fill that need right out of high school. However, the associated cost of the program is preventing them from doing so. Our local economic development professionals, Pam Bailey of Bedford County and Mary Zirkle of the town of Bedford, along with our Economic Development Authority boards, work hard.
Thank you, that's 4. Sorry.
Can I give this to Ms. Johnson?
Yes, please. Aaron Farrell.
Hello again, school board members, staff, Mr. Superintendent, and community. My name is Erin Farrell, and I live in District 3. Thank you for allowing another 40 minutes for public comments regarding the school budget. I'm a Dave Ramsey nerd, and as he says often, while the rest of us have to spend less than we make, and in this case the Board of Supervisors and the school board, we know only Congress just prints extra money when it wants to. So, while I'm not asking you to print more money, I am asking for you to consider the following priorities that some teachers and staff have mentioned to me privately. Number one, the Susan B. Gibson, an alternative education campus, does not have a nurse assigned to their campus and hasn't had one all year. There are 3 nursing positions for other schools posted on the job board, but none is posted for the Susan B. Gibson campus. If not already a priority in the budget, would you please ensure that that campus, with all of its dangerous machines, ROTC, and also the students at the Alternative Education Center, would you please make sure that's a priority to have a nurse on each campus in Bedford County? Number 2, when a previous program involving contracting outside help ended, eventually a pilot program of the Intervention Design Specialist was launched. These IDSs are highly trained to serve our children with special needs and support our teachers in the classrooms. The program is a wild success, according to teachers and families. Though the IDSs travel between schools now and are few in number because it's just a pilot program. So I just ask you to please prioritize fully funding that and turning it into a permanent program where the IDSs don't need to travel between schools but can fully support each school. Number 3, regarding employee compensation. As you know, I'm sure already, in 2009, teachers and staff had their steps frozen. This inhibits their ability to be compensated for each year of experience. They have gradually been replacing the steps, little by little over time, and from what I hear, the teachers are very thankful for that. But even now, for example, 19-year teacher or 19-year bus driver could make less money than a new employee with the same 19 years experience. And they're aware of this, and this is kind of lowering morale a little bit. So I want to ask you to please reinstate all of their steps as a budget priority for everyone whose steps were frozen. One teacher mentioned to me that I think about 9 of hers were frozen. Also, I just want to thank Dr. Mealy and Dr. Hairston. In the last meeting, you mentioned that you thought it would be a good idea to have a survey for teachers to show them the respect of seeing what they would like. So I want to thank you for that. I know they're very thankful. Many teachers and staff have said that they will be able to provide more helpful feedback if you provide an anonymous survey through a third party, maybe including that in the budget if needed, and every year, ideally. Including open-ended questions that cannot be traced back to their email or to their school. Please include questions asking if they'd like to choose to unmask, for example, and regarding this other medical topic that also has to do with the budget. Please ask them about their satisfaction with the current insurance plans. We understand it is a great insurance plan for the healthy. One person in particular told me that when their family had some higher medical needs, it turned out not to be a very good plan, and they have been paying thousands and thousands out of pocket. Many have reported dissatisfaction with some of those elevated needs and expenses. So lastly, another thank you. At the January 24th Board of Supervisor meeting, the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hagler, requested a $2 million reallocation of funds to be able to purchase textbooks. Thank you. I know I like to read a book in my hand rather than on a device. I know many teachers and students feel the same way. He assured the Board of Supervisors that teacher and community members were invited to provide feedback to be considered prior to the purchasing of the textbooks. This is a great example of how successful partnership with Bedford County Public Schools and the community can work together. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
Christina Childers?
Hi, my name is Christina Childers. I live in District 1, but I'm also the president of the Bedford County Education Association. Tonight, you will be presented with results of the salary study recently funded by the board. And the BCA would ask that you give special consideration to 3 different areas of compensation as you consider next year's budget. First of all, we ask that you would fully implement the results of the salary study. Where there is discrepancy in compensation, we ask that you would address this aggressively. If not now, then when? We as a division cannot afford one more year. We will lose some of our best staff, and other divisions will be lucky to snatch them up at higher pay. Our employees deserve to be compensated at the same rate or better than surrounding school divisions. Secondly, we ask that you compensate our classified staff at a fair living wage. This cannot wait. They have earned and endured the worst of this pandemic, the worst of the labor shortage, the worst of the pay scales. They have covered classes for teachers when there were no subs, picked up extra bus routes when there were sick drivers. They have done the work of 2 or more in the cafeteria or on the custodian role because of a lack of staff. They deserve higher wages, and it is shameful what these individuals are paid. Our classified staff deserve a living wage, and I would add immediately to that statement, but honestly, it's past due. We cannot function without them in any facet of public education, and it's time we compensated them accordingly. Thirdly, we would ask that you reward loyalty. In order to do this, you must fully decompress frozen steps for all salary scales so that veteran staff get what was promised to them when they signed on for employment. But restoring all staffs is not enough. A substantial cost of living adjustment that matches or exceeds the inflation rate is necessary for all veteran staff. We didn't hear the salary study earlier today, but I'm pretty sure it's going to show that the most experienced employees rank much lower when compared to surrounding school divisions. I hate to be an alarmist, but I can tell you that those of us who fall into that top third of the salary scale are having an incredibly hard time justifying to our spouses, to our financial advisors, and to ourselves why we should stay in a school division whose top pay is comparatively near the bottom. As my financial advisor last week told me, you need to get 3 good years in another school division. And I said, I don't want to. We need to reward those employees who stuck out with us through the leanest years and who give us and our students immeasurable benefit of their experience. Personally, I've worked in BCPS for 20 years, and before that, both my parents taught here too. Employees in this division have always worked within the lean budgetary confines allotted by the state and by the Board of Supervisors. We accomplish impressive things with this leanness. Bedford County gets an incredible bang for its buck with regard to staff. We just ask that you make fair compensation for all staff a high priority in this year's budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Childers. Ms. Bennett?
Hey y'all, it's Mary Catherine, just to let y'all know, it's not Mary. Okay.
That's why I said Ms. Bennett.
I know, you know.
Gotcha.
Okay, my name is Mary Catherine Bennett, and I am a mom of 6 in Bedford County, best job in the whole world, and I'm looking at the best school board, best county. I'm coming from Texas, that's high praise, y'all. I'm also a Dave Ramsey fan. However, I'm not good at following Dave Ramsey. My husband can also attest to that. So, I was talking to a bunch of different parents and teachers and administrators because I want it to be a unity and a partnership because I know things I lack that they're much better at. So I asked a bunch of different people, and there were some things as well that being a special needs parent, I've noticed, and talking with other special needs parents. One of the things is my son receives OT, PT, and speech through Bedford County. And for that, I am so incredibly grateful. But I have spoken with other parents whose children maybe received one service but didn't qualify, or what I'm hearing is maybe they don't have enough special needs teachers in order to give the services to the kids. And as y'all know, Bedford County is growing by leaps and bounds. And so one of the concerns I have as a special needs parents and talking with other is maybe we don't have the special needs resources. And the special needs teachers that we do have, I think that, as Ms. Christina has said, they're putting all of their effort and everything into these children. And so if there is room in the budget, considering more special needs education, but also making sure that our special needs educators and aides, we've got some fantastic. Ronan has Miss Abby and Miss Lisa Lee and Miss Pam, and very grateful for every single one of them. So as a special needs parent who is so insanely grateful, that's what I would like to be seen. Another thing that I was noticing is the Biden bucks, that's what we call them, but the CARES Fund money. I'm noticing, and I talked to a school board member in Campbell County, and she said when they hired teachers, they hired one teacher with the understanding that when the CARES money ran out, so did that teacher's job, and they'd have to try to find some other way. Now, when I was talking to people, they said, and I believe the gentleman from last meeting said it, there's 23 new teachers with the CARES Fund money, and so for someone like myself, I'm thinking, well, what happens? We need more teachers, and that money goes, so where are the teachers? We're going to lose teachers as well as are we having enough money to compensate the teachers? Because I need those teachers, and I really, really love them. So the other one is the textbook allocation money. From what I've seen and based on people I've talked to, it has been neglected as a budget item since the 2008 recession. So I'm curious, why did that fall off the radar? I know a lot of it went into Chromebooks, which as a 21st person, my self-centered person, I understand the beauty of Chromebooks and that we all need technology, especially going into the world. But I have 2 kids in virtual Virginia, and I am seeing that textbooks, I know I'm old school, are also a good way, and I would love a way where we can use textbooks as well as Chromebooks in order to, learn how to study using books. They don't even know where the library is these days. So those are some of the things that I wanted to talk about, and I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk. Thank you as well. My son Ronan is back in school, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful few weeks. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. We have some allotted time left over. Would anyone else like to speak regarding the budget? Not seeing any volunteers, I'm going to close the public hearing for the budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Moving on to item 7. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I seriously heard both of you at the same time.
Okay.
So Ms. Harrison made the motion to approve the consent agenda with Mr. Hill seconding it. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Now we're going to pick up with item 3, the compensation study. Thank you so much for waiting around. Sorry for the delay. We'll pick up with the compensation study. Dr. Calvert, Dr. Hagler.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to introduce Russell Campbell, the Senior Vice President for Management Advisory International, to present the classification and compensation study for Bedford County.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent, fellow board members. My name is Russell Campbell, Senior Vice President with Management Advisory Group. We were the company that was selected about 5.5 months ago to conduct the compensation classification study for the district. And so tonight I want to share with you the results of what we've been working on for the past 5.5 months. I'd like to give you an overview of the process, methodology, talk a little bit about where the district currently stands in the marketplace, talk about the recommendations and then the cost impact to implement the study based on where it currently stands. As I go through, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those. In terms of objectives and goals of the study, we wanted to make sure that we included all positions within the district or division. The study included the support positions as well as the teachers. We also wanted to make sure that we defined a labor market in conjunction with the district. So we developed a list of organizations which included other school systems, as well as municipal and county government, as well as regional private sector data that we collected information from. The district signed off on the list that we mutually came up with. We wanted to make sure that we identified those jobs that had comparable responsibility in terms of duties, responsibilities, and similar qualifications. We wanted to make sure that they were paid at the same level or on the same pay grade and salary scale. One of the things that we found that, and this is not unique to the Bedford school system, over time, the internal relationships among the jobs does tend to change and shift. Perhaps it's a case where you've got one department head or one leader who advocates for reclassifying positions in his or her department, but those other positions that are of similar value to the district, maybe their department head or leader is not advocating for those positions, and so they get left behind. And so over time, this becomes an issue throughout the organization where we have jobs that really should be paid on the same level, but somehow they've gotten out of kilter because there hasn't been a comprehensive salary study or examination to look at those. And so this process restores the internal relationship first and foremost within the organization. And then competitively, you want to look at the marketplace, which we did, as I talked about, identifying other peers. And I'm going to show you the list of peers and organizations that we compared you to. When we look at the peers, we're not collecting information on what the employees are actually making in those organizations. We're collecting information to see what the value of the positions are from their pay scales. And we use that information to create the new compensation or salary schedules. And then we want to make sure we have good administrative policies to support the new compensation system. Policies that address things like hiring rates to make sure there's consistency when you bring in new employees. Also make sure that there's policies that address demotions, transfers, promotions, as well as temporary assignments. And then to prepare new job descriptions for all the positions in the district because it has been some time since they've been updated. And so those were the major goals and objectives of the study. The approach is twofold when you do a compensation study. This is not necessarily unique to Management Advisory Group or me as a consultant. You want to do two things. The first is to establish that internal value that I talked about. And then secondly, you want to identify what the market value externally is for a given position. And then you've got to take some type of statistical modeling process or technique to merge the data together. We use a 14-point criteria to actually rank the jobs internally, showing which job, based on our process, is defined as the most complex position in the organization, and down descending order to the least complex job in the organization. And then we take that market data and we use linear regression through a computer program that we've developed to create the new salary schedules. And then we calculate the cost of transitioning current staff from the old schedules over to the new schedules. In order to get the information with respect to what the people were actually doing in their current job capacity, excluding teachers, we had all employees other than teachers complete a job questionnaire that provided us information on what their duties, responsibilities, and tasks were, any type of certifications, licensure, or education experience that were needed for the positions. We also looked at the FLSA designations to make sure we properly categorized the positions with respect to which ones were eligible for overtime under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And for some positions, we did make recommendations to change some job titles so that the position classification or title was better represented based on the current duties, and we would benchmark that against best practices to make sure that's generally what you're going to find in other districts within the state of Virginia. And so just in summary, to develop the study, we had the internal relationship where we established the value of the jobs based on information in the questionnaire, looking at policies, turnover and attrition information from human resources, and then externally we identified about 15 organizations that we collected information from. We used a statistical modeling technique, linear regression, to bring about the two sets of data to create the new salary schedules and then determine what adjustments are needed per individual within the different departments and locations within the district. And so in terms of peer organizations or targeted employers that we looked at, we contacted and collected information from, you will see those listed there. Campbell County Schools, Lynchburg City Schools, Amherst County Schools, Nelson County Schools, Appomattox County, Roanoke County Schools, Boutoncourt County Schools, City of Salem Schools, Franklin County Schools, and then we had general government in Campbell County, City of Lynchburg, Amherst County, City of Roanoke, Appomattox County, general government, and Roanoke County, as well as Roanoke City Schools. And then for the private sector information, we use the Federal Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, to collect information within the region for comparable private jobs, such as mechanics, administrative staff, IT staff, middle management, and a few upper management positions. And so what did the market data show us on the support side? This excludes the teachers. I'm going to start with the support side. At minimum, or at the entry level, the district is currently about 4.5% above the market average. At the midpoint, or right at the market average, the district is about 1.9% above the market. And at the top end, the district is less than 1% above the market with respect to support positions. So overall, in pretty decent shape with respect to support positions. Now, when I say average, I mean, obviously there are some that are not at or above the market averages. There are some that are below. But as a composite, the district is in pretty good shape with the support positions, with most of them above the market averages. With respect to the support positions, there are some positions that we found that had major deficiencies as it relates to competitive pay ranges. Special education, adaptive aids, they're about 26% behind the market. School guidance counselors were about 18% behind. Attendance clerks, 8%, and IT techs, about 9%. And this is just a sample of some of the positions that we found that were behind the 8 ball as it relates to competitive pay. Another group that certainly belongs up there would be the skilled craft positions, the electricians, the HVAC techs, plumbers. Those positions were double digits and about 23-24% behind the marketplace. As far as teachers are concerned, for this example, we're going to talk about a bachelor's degree teacher. And what we've done is we've looked at the most significant service intervals when you're comparing teacher salary schedules. We start with a bachelor's degree teacher with 5 years of experience. What you're paying is about 2.6% above the market. At the 10-year point for a bachelor's degree teacher, you're about 2.3% above. But it is the longer tenured teachers where there's some deficiency as it relates to competitive pay. At the 15-year mark, you're about 6.1% behind the market for a 15-year teacher with a bachelor's degree. For a bachelor's degree teacher with 20 years of experience or more, you're behind about 4.1%. In order to implement the study based on how we've designed it, which will really put the district in a competitive position across the board, not only for support positions, but for teachers as well. For support positions, it's going to take $1.6 million to bring the district into a competitive position within the marketplace. That 1.6 does include salary adjustments plus the fringe benefit costs associated with that. On the teacher side, to restore those steps that had to be frozen over the past few years, as well as to address compression among the teacher ranks, we're looking at about 3.1 million, which includes the fringe benefits costs as well. So to totally implement the study for the support positions and the teaching positions, we're looking at about $4.7 million. We've provided some policy guidelines in the areas of reclassification, promotion, transfers, demotion, and temporary assignments, and hiring, as well as some guidance on how to handle employees who actually top out of their respective salary ranges. One of the things that we noticed when we looked at the current salary schedules is the bands themselves, in some cases, were a little narrow. And so we found some people were getting toward the top end in a relatively short period of time because the bands were rather narrow. And so we've realigned them to make sure that they reflect more of what you find in the marketplace today, and to make sure those employees have salary growth potential going forward as long as they remain employed with the district. All the policy recommendations that we provided are consistent with best practices and compensation in the field of human resources. In terms of next steps, I know HR and Finance will be bringing more detailed information with respect to implementing the study. The entire report is probably close to 300 pages, so it makes for some interesting bedtime reading if you want to take a look at it. We suggest and highly recommend that the district adopt the classification levels and assignments for the individuals with respect to their pay, and put the new structure in place at the beginning of the next fiscal year, which we hope to be July 1st of 2022. When we came into this process, I would say on the support side, the district probably in terms of percentile in the market, the district was probably somewhere around the 65th percentile on the support side. This moves the district up to around the 75th percentile for the support positions. When we came into this, on the teacher side, you were just under 70, the 70th percentile. This moves you over the 80th percentile with respect for the teacher salary schedule, assuming you adopt it as we prepared it. I got to say thanks to the HR staff, did a wonderful job of supporting us on the project, making sure we got information on a timely basis. I've been here since 4:30 or so today, and so I got caught up in all the momentum of the recognition and the reward. So where's my ring? That's all, where's my ring? That, in a nutshell, is what I had. Just give you a brief overview of the process, the methodology, how you looked in the marketplace, what the cost impact. If you have an opportunity to digest the report in greater detail, I think it's laid out pretty well, pretty simple to read. We'll continue to work with the district over the coming weeks to see if there's anything that need to be cleaned up. We're still writing the new position descriptions. We will have those within the next 2 weeks. And if there's any additional guidance or support that the district needs, MAG will certainly stand ready to assist. Are there any questions that you may have at this point?
Mr. Hill?
Yes, sir. Mr. Campbell, when I look at the 4.7 million, I want to make sure I understand the percentages that you used. This 4.7 million, does that get us to a midpoint for all salaries, or is that a mid, max?
Well, you have a step system. And so what we've done is to transition folks from the old plan to the new, we're assigning them to a step within the new structure. Obviously, on the teacher side, their steps line up with their years of experience. That's not necessarily the case with the support staff. We're placing them, anyone below step one, we identified them and the cost to get them up to step one. Those that were above step one, on the support side, we round them up to the next highest step. So it's not necessarily tied to years of experience on the support side, but it is on the teacher side.
Is there a reason why we didn't do it for both?
Generally, we don't do that for the support side. We don't, for example, if a mechanic had 10 years of experience, we don't automatically put him or her on step 10. That's typically not how it's done on the support side.
Okay. And the percentages, I'm assuming that's a comp ratio based on like a mid-range pay or step?
Yeah, we come up with an open range, minimum, a midpoint, and a max, and then we convert that into steps. Okay. We converted that into 30 steps, I believe.
And if we spend, or if we do this $4.7 million to get it to where you're recommending, what's the overall average comp ratio that we would end up as a system?
Well, we're going to have people all along the spectrums. Some are going to be toward the low end, and some are going to be at the midpoint, market average, and some are going to be above that. But as a whole, it moves you to about the 80th percentile relative to the market.
Any more questions for Mr. Campbell? Dr. Mealy, you have any questions?
No, ma'am, because I just got this today, so I read part of it, and I will be working with Dr. Calvert with regard to this document being so active. So I'd like to know a little bit more about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
If at a later time, Mr. Campbell's going to be available to the Finance Committee by Zoom, so if there are additional questions that the board has, that will be another opportunity once you have more time to digest the information.
Okay.
That would be wonderful.
Anyone? Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 4.01, policy updates. Mrs. Sexton?
Hello. This evening, we are presenting 13 policies and regulations for information. These policies will be brought back to the board for action at the March 10th board meeting. 9 policies have minor legal or technical changes. These may be viewed within board docs. The remaining policies have more substantial changes, and we will review those now. I will pause momentarily after each of these policies in case there are questions about the suggested revisions. BDDH, public participation at school board meetings. Policy language added and wording changes to incorporate recommendations from VSBA, as well as to reflect the school board's decision in regard to the number of minutes per speaker and the total number of minutes for public comment. BDDH, public participation at school board meetings. The regulation has been recommended for deletion by BCPS staff because the majority of the language was incorporated into policy BDDH. JOR, video recordings. This is a suggested new regulation to supplement policy JO. The purpose of the regulation is to address legal considerations for access to video footage, including when it is considered a student record. And there is a lot there, but that's the gist of what it's about, so if you have any questions, I can direct you to Dr. Lewis. Okay, and lastly, we have LEA, student teaching and internships. Policy recommended for deletion by BSBA, but BCPS staff feel it should remain a policy. Therefore, the policy language has been added by BCPS staff regarding interns being placed with teachers with less than 3 years of experience if necessary, as well as the addition of student teachers and interns completing a criminal background check through BCPS, but the ability to obtain background checks programs approved by an MOU with colleges or universities and BCPS for student teachers and interns who participate in a school for 8 hours or more. The minimum number of years of teaching experience that a teacher who serves as a supervising teacher has been changed from 2 to 3 years, one of which needs to be in the school to which the student teacher is assigned. Other language has been removed by BCPS staff to give flexibility with placement of student teachers and interns.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Mealy.
I have a question for either Ms. Sexton, probably Dr. Calvert. I was just a little concerned when I read this that we're replacing interns with teachers with 2 to 3 years experience. Has that been something, Dr. Calvert, we've always been doing?
We wanted the flexibility to be able to place more interns. Many times we get several interns, and with the amount of teachers that we have and we need to place interns, we feel if we get them into Bedford County and we have a relationship with them, there's possibility of them wanting to come back to Bedford County. So we wanted the flexibility to be able to place an intern, which is normally just an observation period where they come in, with teachers with 2 or 3 years experience rather than just 3 years and above.
Okay, so this is not their actual student teaching experience?
No, we actually,
Their observation.
right, we actually raised the year on student teaching experience because it did allow you to be placed with 2 or 3 years and above, and we have raised that to 3 years and above. So we have raised.
Okay, what's continuing contract at this point? Is it 5 years?
3, it's back to 3.
So I'm going to assume that we would always be working toward placing a student who is actually doing their student teaching experience with someone who at least is on a continuing contract.
Yes, that's what that says.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Sexton, were you done?
Yes.
Had you completed everything?
Yes, ma'am, unless you have questions.
Ms. Jill?
So this is not directed at you, Ms. Sexton, so I want to make that clear.
Were you bored? I'm sorry.
What's that?
Were you bored?
Yeah, I was bored. All right, so my question is we always hear the term, these are minor changes. If they're minor changes, why are we making them? And my concern is, and I've seen this in the past on both sides, minor changes lead to assumptions of what that word now means or what that verbiage now means. And so I just ask the staff or whoever's making these recommendations, VSBA, whoever, if they're such minor changes, why are we making them? And I know you, Dr. Bergen, and several staff members have asked in the past couple of months, why do I vote no? Why vote yes? I don't understand the minor word changes and how it affects us in 5 years or 10 years. And I just want, it's a statement, and again, when I say it's not toward Ms. Sexton, I want to be clear of minor word changes mean big differences 6 months from now, 5 months, or 5 years from now, et cetera. And so I just look at it as a concern when we start making minor changes that I don't know how it affects us down the road. So, just a comment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Sexton, appreciate it.
So, Ms. Sexton, they'll probably just tell you to stop saying these are minor changes going forward. So, you know.
Strategic framework goals, Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Tonight I'm going to be joined by Dr. Calvert and Dr. Woodford to update you on our ongoing the strategic planning process that is underway and what we've done since we were last together in January. At the January board meeting, the board approved updated versions of our vision, mission, and core value statements as they're displayed up on the screen behind the board members or in front of the board members here at the front of the room. These would be effective July 1st to be implemented for the next school year, and the vision statement will be BCPS, Building Citizens Promoting Success. And the new mission statement will be Bedford County Public Schools will provide equal opportunities to enable all students to think critically, collaborate, create, communicate, and become productive citizens. And finally, the core value statements will remain largely the same with the exception of a minor word change, Mr. Hill, from focus on learners to focus on students. But on to the main topic of tonight's presentation, which is the development of some draft goals for the board's consideration. So at this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Calvert to share with you a summary of the data that has been collected over the past number of weeks as we have conducted 22 focus groups.
The strategic
23, sorry. I
23.
Dr. Calvert?
The Strategic Framework Leadership Team focused in January on hosting focus group meetings to gather input on how the school division can prioritize to address the 5 focus areas identified by Dr. Bergen during his listening events since his arrival. These focus groups included community partners, high school students, teachers, support personnel, SEAC members, parents, and school administration. As you recall, we categorized data that emerged from Dr. Bergen's discussions with students, parents, employees, and the community into 5 focus areas. The 5 focus areas are invest in our people, accelerate unfinished learning, expand college and career opportunities, social emotional wellness, boost equitable educational opportunities. The Strategic Framework Planning Team took Dr. Bergen's 5 focus areas and generated 4 goal statements. His 5 focus areas are listed as pink bulleted items on the slide. The leadership team at the school board office examined those 5 focus areas and compiled them into overarching goals. For example, Dr. Bergen discussed the idea that BCPS should work towards expanding college, career-ready, and workplace development opportunities. We should work to remedy unfinished learning and ensure that students in all 3 zones had equitable learning opportunities. Those 3 focus areas have all been categorized under a larger umbrella, preparing all students for their future. Once we explored the 5 focus areas, we had 3 goal statements, but felt that a gap still existed. Therefore, we crafted the 4th goal to address the desire to partner with families and community members to ensure the success of Bedford County and, more importantly, our students. Each of the 23 focus groups, superintendents advisory, and principals provided input on how these goals would be edited and amended. We asked each focus group to brainstorm what would make the goal a living, breathing reality in Bedford County. Participants determined what the goal would look like and sound like in our BCPS schools and within our broader community. We asked the groups to think about how the goal would be measured and what would be evidence to demonstrate that we have met the goal. The activity allowed us to collect a wide variety of input on what our goals should be and how we should endeavor to accomplish them.
At the completion of our focus group meetings, we had documents from every group that had gathered together to offer input. Those documents were then taken by the amazing Sherry Weiss, and she completed a qualitative analysis of the data for the strategic planning leadership team to review. The team has spent some time together going through those suggested strategies to make the goals a reality in our schools. As you can see just on the clip that we have on the slide, what we did was every time something was mentioned, we made a note of it, and if it was mentioned in more than one group, Sherry added a check mark beside it. So you'll see that things like in the second column, job shadowing and internships, increased access, multiple groups mentioned that that was an important strategy that we needed to focus on in our strategic plan. We'll take all of this data, which is pages and pages and pages for each of our goals, and our design teams will then use this information to create strategies under our goals. Based on this feedback from the strategic planning team, after we refined our 4 broad goals, we decided then we needed to make them student-centered and much more specific to reflect the ideas and priorities represented in the data. Of course, not everything can be reflected in the overarching goals that you'll see here, but each goal will eventually have a variety of strategies underneath which detail the specific actions that BCPS will take to satisfy the larger goal. For high academic expectations, goal 1, we would want to change that goal to say Bedford County Public Schools will maintain high academic expectations and support all students in attaining foundational knowledge, transferable skills, and postgraduate plans. For our goal 2, for safe and supportive learning environments, Bedford County Public Schools will provide safe and supportive learning environments both physically and emotionally
which enable all students to think critically, collaborate, create, communicate, and become productive citizens. Goal 3 for our high-quality workforce. Bedford County Public Schools will create an exemplary workforce by recruiting, supporting, compensating, and retaining high-quality employees. And our 4th goal of a mutually supportive partnerships. Bedford County Public Schools will develop mutually supportive partnerships with families and community organizations to enhance student well-being and broaden opportunities for workforce development. We are asking that the school board approve these 4 goals tonight as priorities to provide the structure for continued work on our strategic framework. Once the goals are approved, our team will begin to form design teams facilitated by the strategic leadership team members. The teams will include diverse stakeholders representative of each school zone, varied grade bands, and will include teachers, support staff, and our students at the high school level. Each design team will work to gather additional data from community partners, larger groups of students, larger groups of teachers, and parents as we work through our work to develop our strategies. This work will be the most in-depth and will allow us to focus on measurable targets that can be monitored throughout the next 5 years of our plan.
So thank you, Dr. Woodford. I'd just like to pause and thank Dr. Woodford and Dr. Calvert for their leadership, along with the other members of our strategic planning team, which they're seated there in the front row, Dr. Drosberg, Mrs. Jennings, Mrs. Robertson, and the incomparable Sherry Weiss for their organizational prowess in facilitating 23 community conversations, synthesizing that data, and then coming up with what I think are 4 pretty solid goals for your consideration. So we have it on our action agenda tonight. We will represent those 4 goals and ask you to take action. That provides the framework for the strategic plan, and then over the coming 2 months, these design teams will be very inclusive of many dozens of people, classified staff, teachers, administrators, parents, students. We'll flesh out the strategies, the resources needed, how we will measure these goals, and create a complete framework that we'll bring back to the board for your review and consideration and public comment in May and adoption in June to go into effect July 1st, and will be our guiding light for the next 5 years. So at this time, if you have questions about the process or about the 4 proposed goals that we brought to you tonight, this would be the time that we'd like to entertain those questions.
Mr. Hill?
Yeah, Dr. Bergen, I see where you've got formation of design teams.
Yes, sir.
I would like to clarify or have confirmation that that's going to include members of the community, which will include, like, for example, someone from the Office of Economic Development.
Yes, sir.
Or executive staff from major businesses within our county. So leaders within the community giving feedback, someone from Bedford County Social Services, someone from our, sheriff's department, from the major hospital, et cetera, that's giving feedback for us to create these design teams and make sure we're giving them what they're asking for.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then in addition to that, that helps us, will we be seeking funds from the county to help build? So for example, we heard from a parent tonight about CTE and the need for those degrees and jobs and trade skills. Are we going to create a community and partnership with the Office of Economic Development to go after those dollars to exactly do what that parent mentioned of providing more opportunities?
Yes, sir. That's certainly my intention. And our 4th goal of deepening our partnerships, to your point, particularly for workforce development, is a shared goal with our friends in the Board of Supervisors. That is one of their marquee goals. And so I've talked with Mrs. Kirby about this board's chair and vice chair meeting with the Board of Supervisors, chair and vice chair, with the county administrator and I, to have more deeper conversation, to your very point there, about our shared interest in workforce development and pulling in all of the community partners that we need to. Because we have hundreds and thousands of jobs available right here. Folks don't need to move to have a well-paying job. And we can provide additional certifications for our students so they can go right into the workforce and live local and make good wages.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions? Dr. Mealy?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Dr. Calvert? I'm sorry?
I think the goals are well done.
Thank you. So that puts us back down to number 9, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, additional action items. The appointment resolution. Let's see. Fingerprint doesn't want to work right on my screen, I can't get to it. Okay, I technically can't read it, so, because I.
You ready?
Yeah, so do we have a motion?
I have a motion for a resolution, whereas, and I'm going to try to read without going back and forth, whereas the County School Board of Bedford, Virginia, hereafter school board, is comprised of 7 members representing each of the 7 electoral districts in Bedford County, and whereas Mr. Martin Leamy was a successful candidate for the District 7 seat on the school board in the general election held on November 5th, 2019, and assumed office for the term January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2023. And whereas Mr. Leamy announced his resignation by letter dated January 25th, 2022, effective January 31st, 2022, leaving a vacancy on the school board. And whereas the board, pursuant to Virginia Code 24.2-226, is required to petition the Circuit Court of the County of Bedford to issue a writ of election. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the school board attorney is authorized to file with the Circuit Court of the County of Bedford a timely petition for writ of election in substantially the same form as the petition for writ of election attached hereto.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Good job, by the way. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the appointment resolution has passed. Okay, item 9.02, we discussed during closed session, is that correct? And we're going to work on that wording a little bit further?
Correct.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so there is no action to be taken on that tonight.
Correct.
Dr. Dewis, do you have an update on us for board meeting locations?
Yes, ma'am. At previous board meetings, the school board had expressed an interest in moving meetings to a larger venue, especially emphasizing a desire to use our own school buildings, especially our high school auditorium specifically. And so I checked schedules and calendars at all of those facilities from March through June, so to cover the next several board meetings and see which of those locations were available. Based on availability, we're recommending that the meeting sites included in board docs be used over the next several months. Those include the March meeting to be at Jefferson Forest High School's auditorium, the April 7th meeting to be at Stanton River High School's auditorium, the May 12th meeting to be at the Susie G. Gibson auditorium, and the June 9th meeting to be at Liberty High School's auditorium. Just as a note, with existing equipment that we have in those facilities, as well as portable equipment, all of those locations have good microphone systems, ability for presentations to be done, live streaming to be done. We're still working on making sure the screen size and video quality for those larger rooms to be adequate, to be seen from a distance. Mr. Sexton and others in the Technology Department are ordering a few pieces of additional equipment to supplement what we already have in order to make that happen more effectively. So we're very hopeful that that'll be satisfactory and allow public participation, board and staff participation, live streaming to take place. And you know, some of the equipment we have would be better suited towards, I guess, medium venues like a school cafeteria or that size room. However, we think with the addition of some of these few extra pieces that the larger auditoriums will be satisfactory. I think doing this in all 4 of these venues over the next several months will give us an idea of how that goes and what more we might need to do to make more permanent improvements to the sound systems, video systems in all of those areas. And what I would like to suggest is that our facilities committee, once it meets, can discuss cost of that, the feasibility of that, the timing of that, and how that fits with other needs, you know, that we might have in other areas in our school system. So with that suggestion, if the board would like to just go ahead and make a decision about setting those locations over the next several months, we'll go to work in making sure that that works, and then the public will know and we'll be able to plan effectively through June.
Okay. Do I have a motion then to approve the meeting locations? And once we do the motions, in a second, then we'll discuss.
So moved.
I was going to say so moved is all I was saying.
Oh, okay. First by Dr. Mealy, second by Mr. Gill. You were starting early, that's why you confused me.
Sorry. I thought I was saying Susan, right?
Any discussion?
I'll just say thank you. It took us a while to get here, but I'm glad we arrived.
Okay, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we'll go back to the strategic framework goals. Do I have a motion regarding those?
So moved.
Got a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the policy updates from the January 13th meeting?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the policy updates as presented at the January 13th meeting.
Got a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board?
Ms. Ariston?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Holbrook?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nelms?
Yeah.
The ayes have it with 5.
Thank you. Motion passes. Dr. Bergen, now some fun time for you. Superintendent's comments.
Yes, ma'am, we have much to celebrate. I'm excited to provide a number of updates for the school board and the community on the successes of our students and staff since we were last together. Leading off with 2 Jefferson Forest High School students who won awards at the 2022 Scholastic Art U.S. Region at Large East competition. Senior Alyssa Nazigan won a silver key in the ceramics and glass category, while fellow JF senior Hannah Wright won a gold key in the photography category. The gold key winning artwork now moves on to a national competition in New York City to compete for gold and silver medals, including other special achievement awards and scholarships. So congratulations to Alyssa and Hannah, and good luck, Hannah, at the national competition. Congratulations to Stanton River High School senior Jenny Levine for reaching the 1,000th career points scored mark earlier this season while leading the Golden Eagles to a win over William Fleming High School. The team remains undefeated this year at 20-0 under Coach Kim Jones. And I just had an opportunity to visit with Coach Jones yesterday when I was at the high school doing a learning walk with the principal, and I just had to stop and tell her how proud we all are of her, and looking forward to some more victories for the Golden Eagles. Congratulations to Liberty High School junior Grace Steele on her performance as the first chair tuba in the Virginia Band and Orchestra Directors Association District 6 All-District Concert Band at Cave Spring High School just this last weekend. This young man looks familiar too. We saw him here tonight. And we're excited to announce that the Harry F. Byrd Leadership Award has been bestowed upon Jefferson Forest High School's Prentice Lamont Patrick Carter. Only 11 of these are handed out. These are $20,000 scholarships given to students, one for each congressional district, and we are just so very, very proud of Prentice. The 2022 Stanton River Middle School 6th grade Living Museum was a huge success. 6th grade teachers flipped the gymnasium into a living museum history for students and families. The students each researched historical figures of their choice, dressed the part, and then transformed themselves into those historical figures for the day. I just love the Dolly part in there over there. The Stanton River High School boys and girls swim teams recently competed in the Blue Ridge District Championship, with Coach Seth Chowflinch being voted the Boys Coach of the Year. Landon Grizzo, the Boys Swimmer of the Year, and Faith Sprinkle, the Girls Swimmer of the Year. Regional competition was held Tuesday evening, and we are proud to announce that sophomore Luke Grizzo qualified for state swim competition in the 200-meter freestyle and the 100-meter breaststroke. It doesn't matter which swim team you run into at Jefferson Forest High School, because they're both outstanding. Congratulations to the boys and the girls teams, who were both recently crowned Seminole District champions. Congratulations to our Building and Construction 2 class members at Susie Gibson for receiving their Skills USA carpentry credentials. They're now in the process of completing their pre-contractor course before taking their contractor examination. And they have really gelled as a team while completing some off-campus work-based learning projects over this past school year. If you weren't already aware, board members, this week is National School Counseling Week. This is a time for us to focus our attention on the unique contributions of our school counselors and the tremendous impact that they have in helping our students to achieve success in school and beyond. The theme this year is School Counseling Better Together. So a big thank you to all of our school counselors for the amazing work that they do every day. Since 1976, every U.S. president has designated the month of February as Black History Month, and so tonight we'd like to take time to pay our tribute as well. Our classrooms across the county during homeroom and learning coach time have been learning about the achievements of African Americans and their important role in our history. As an example, pictured here are some first graders at Boonesboro Elementary School who have been learning about African American artists, authors, and illustrators whose work promotes diversity, community, and inclusiveness. And speaking of important contributions of African Americans, Susie G. Gibson, the building, bears the name of Susie G. Gibson, the person, Bedford County's supervisor of African American education for 22 years. Ms. Gibson was the daughter of parents born into slavery and then freed as children, and she was a leader in the campaign to establish a high school for black students in Bedford. What you may or may not know, I don't know how much we played this up earlier this year, but I thought this was an appropriate time to mention that Susie G. Gibson, the building, originally built in 1954 as a segregated school for African Americans, is now on the National Register of Historic Places. And a marker was installed earlier this year. This is the first such marker in Bedford County recognizing a person or place of our African American community here in Bedford County. So many thanks to the Susie G. Gibson Alumni Legacy Group who spearheaded this movement to preserve Miss Gibson's legacy. And to our board members, February is also designated as School Board Appreciation Month in Virginia. And this year's theme is Building the Future of Public Education, which reflects the important role that our school board members serve as advocates for public educators. So on behalf of all of our students and staff, thank you, board members, for all of your service to Bedford County Public Schools. And finally, we would like to pay tribute tonight to Mr. Martin Leamy, District 7 representative of the school board, who the community is aware has recently announced his resignation from the board after 6 years of faithful service. Some of you may already be familiar that Mr. Leamy grew up right here in Bedford. He was a graduate of Liberty High School as well as a parent of a graduate of Liberty High School. Mr. Leamy proudly served his country in the U.S. Army with multiple overseas deployments, and also proudly served this community as the Director of Facilities and Risk Management for the National D-Day Memorial Foundation. On behalf of the entire school division, thank you, Mr. Leamy, for your service to our country, to our community, and to our school board over these past 6 years. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks.
Okay, great, thank you so much. Matters from the board. Okay, Ms. Harrison has so generously offered to step up to fill Mr. Leamy's role on the Facilities Committee. Absolutely. We so greatly appreciate that. Thank you. With that being said, he said he resigned for reasons of overextending himself, and I believe he did when he volunteered for committees too. He was also on the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. Would anyone like to step up and fill that? Or hold it till we have a designated appointee? If they'd be willing. Well, you're already there.
I was gonna say I would, but that would require twins of me.
Yeah, we can't clone you.
Can we do one just for now and just till we have the appointee?
Yeah, we can do that. Can we go with that? I just thought I'd take a stab in the dark and see if somebody would graciously volunteer. Okay, we established those committees, and it seems like the Finance Committee's been pretty busy. Dr. Mealy, any reports from the Finance Committee?
Yes, yes, ma'am, thank you. Mr. Nelms and I are already at work, and we have met with the committee once on January 27th. Felt that was a very productive meeting. He and I had a short conversation about where we think we need to start our work. So we're currently in the process of helping to guide and develop a more comprehensive budget book that I have wanted for years and years to help all of our stakeholders better understand the BCPS budget, how it's formed, and more specifically how the taxpayer dollars are used in a much more user-friendly format. As you all know, my husband's a CPA, and so I can appreciate what Mr. Hagler does, but for most of us who are not CPAs, it can be very daunting. So Mr. Nails and I are looking forward to trying to make it a user-friendly document that no matter what your skill level with regard to budgets, you will have a better understanding of our budget. And he and I are both looking forward to taking a deep dive into the compensation study that we received today. Thanks to Dr. Calvert and her team, and Mr. Hackler and his team, and other people who were involved in this project. So he and I are going to be busy. And I just want to say I sent him an SOS yesterday that I got as an SOS, and he was great. I would like to apologize, Mr. Nels, because it was like, I need this now, and he was like right there, so thank you so much for your help. And did you have any other thing, Mr. Nels, that you think I forgot or we need to add?
I think that was it. I think we're just waiting on some numbers to come back from Mr. Hagler that we had talked about. So we'll go over those at a later date after we have our next meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that's all we have then from the Finance Committee.
Okay. Any other committee reports? Mr. Hill?
So Intergovernmental Affairs Committee,
With you and you?
me, along with Dr. Bergen, we spent a day and a half in Richmond. We met with, well, first we had some meetings with VSBA to talk about state and federal things that are coming this year, things that are being talked about, important topics to take to our legislatures. And after that meeting, we proceeded to meet with Wendell Walker, Steve Newman, Kathy Byron, spent some time, one-on-one time with them that I thought was beneficial, very positive. I felt from all three of those that they strongly support public education and the things that, one, facilities, understanding the issues and the needs there. Two, internet connection and funding overall. So, and if I missed anything, fill in. But again, I thought it was very good one-on-one time with each of them. So I know this is outside of the committees that we form, but this is committee updates from Central Virginia Gov School.
Oh, perfect, yes.
There was no February meeting, so our next meeting is actually March 2nd. So I will bring back information on that when we have the meeting. And then third is SEAC. There was a meeting in February. Unfortunately, it was a special call meeting for us, so I was not able to attend that. But there is a March scheduled SEAC meeting at Bedford County Library at 5:45 p.m. So, and I'm sorry, I want to go back to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. One thing that I wanted to bring up is the HB 89. Sheriff Mike Miller spent some time with Dr. Bergen, but what HB 89 allows is for the sheriff department or police agencies or agencies to get involved if we should need them within the schools. It does not include elementary through 8th grade, but it does include our high schools. Again, keep me honest on that if there's additional information.
The law used to allow for school administration to coordinate with law enforcement when there was a misdemeanor that had occurred, and that came out of code several years ago, and Wendell Walker would like to reintroduce it into code. And Sheriff Miller made a compelling case for why he and all law enforcement agencies would like to have this back in code. We've had some instances just here recently, and they're in the letter we're happy to share with you, where we've had some students make some really poor choices, and the sheriff was a bit compromised as to what he could do in the investigation because the law didn't allow for a further conversation on a misdemeanor. So Wendell's introduced, Delegate Walker's introduced the bill, and he and Sheriff Miller have asked for our support, and so shared that with Mr. Hill in his capacity as being your representative to the Intergovernmental Agency Legislative Affairs Committee. If you all have consensus, if you'd be in agreement and support Delegate Walker and Sheriff Miller, then they're anxious to hear that so that they can continue to lobby as we wrap up crossover in Richmond this week.
So I would like to ask for the board's consensus for us to be able to say we do support that with Sheriff Mike Miller to be able to take back to Wendell Walker.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So it sounds like we have consensus.
We have unanimous consensus.
Yeah. How about that? All right. That's all for my committee reports.
Sarah, do you have anything from Laurel School?
I do. I was going to save it for my comments, but if you would like me to share now, I
let's do
certainly
those
can.
through committees.
Yeah,
please.
sounds great. So on February the 2nd, we had a meeting. It was through Zoom with the Laurel School. I chaired that meeting, and Dr. Lewis, who of course is the director of Laurel School, she gave us an update on their mitigation, also budget information as well. In previous reports, I shared with you all that the Laurel School was undergoing an efficiency study by Dr. Asep, and he has completed that particular efficiency study, which is really going to take a look at the school and the potential, perhaps maybe growth of that school or making some adjustments to the programs there at the school. Now, the report was shared with the superintendents of the local school systems, and we are in preparation, hopefully soon, to meet again. The board will, to go over the efficiency study and to hear what the recommendations are. Currently, we have one student who attends the program there. There's a total of 31 students. So as soon as we gather back together again and talk about the report and make a recommendation, then I will report back to the board.
Thank you very much. And is that all of our committees? Perfect. Comments and concerns from school board members. Mr. Nelms, why don't you lead us off?
I don't really have any. I just want to give recognition to Ms. Johnson for doing an awesome job that she does and is always there when I have to question. She helped me earlier fill out some stuff, but just want to give her recognition. And other than that, everything's going in a positive direction, which we like to know. So just continue to work with Dr. Mealy on this finance committee, and everything on that is going in a positive direction as well. So I just thank everybody for their support and continued prayers.
Thank you. Ms. Chalbert?
I'm good.
Bypass?
My pass.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Harrison?
I'm going to take up some of Mr. Holbrook's time.
Okay, well, Mr. Nelms is kind of short too.
Yeah, he was. You know, just when Dr. Bergen, I thought your presentations couldn't get any better in terms of highlighting the students' accomplishments and the various work going on in our county. Voila, there you go with another awesome presentation there.
And Ms. Hairston, can I just interject? Thank you for that. And I want to give kudos to Melissa and Ryan and Josh who put those presentations together. I just get to read what they present, what they prepare for.
Absolutely.
So.
Then I just applaud Mrs. Sexton and Ryan as well. Thank you all. It was just beautifully done. And I was just super thrilled to see the students' accomplishments. Just fantastic. And of course, with Susie G. Gibson being a school that's near and dear to me, having worked with the alumni there and just doing so many things there, I was just so pleased to see that being a part of your presentation for Black History Month. And of course, the children and the studies that they are doing. You know, I often say that Black history is really American history. And I look forward to that day when we all together can see that Black history simply is American history. But I certainly thank you, Dr. Bergen, for that beautiful presentation and your team as well. I want to thank the Susie G. Gibson culinary students for dinner this evening. So thank you so very much. It was very yummy. I'm going to share my cookies with my husband, but just delicious. So thank you so very much. I shared the Lowell School. Let's see. I also just want to thank my fellow board members. Thank you all for just your service and working alongside of each of you. Sometimes it can be a thankless job, but you know, I think it's important to stay focused as to why we chose to serve. And we are in a position to serve. And so I just want to say to each of you, thank you so very, very much for the work that you do as well. I do have a question in regards to SOL testing that's going to be coming up before we know it in May. I hate to even mention that word, testing. But I'm just curious if schools, Dr. Bergen or any members of your team, if they have begun working and developing their calendar, their schedules for SOL testing?
Yes, I can answer that. Actually, the testing really has ended for fall testing.
For the spring.
And certainly writing testing will be here just next month.
Right.
And then, of course, in May, the bulk of the end-of-year spring testing.
Exactly.
Schools are working on that scheduling, and they'll get more information soon because Mr. Blankenship is just now recently getting DOE updates on any changes and highlights for this spring's testing, and he'll be sharing that with school test coordinators and administrators. So as he's sharing that, he'll be asking them for their schedules, and all of that will be lined up, over the next few weeks.
Okay. And May, I know, is the month in which they're going to be doing a lot of their end of the year. And I believe we actually have a day scheduled in there for teacher planning. Do we not, in May? I think it was a recent change that we made when we were adding additional days.
May 9th.
May the 9th, absolutely. And just thinking about the scheduling, just everything that is involved in scheduling for the SOL testing, every single day is going to matter here. So what I'd like to ask, Dr. Bergen, you and your team, if you all would consider, and I would hope that you would strongly consider, maybe changing that date and maybe moving it to a day in April, maybe sometime after the Easter break, to allow our schools to have the entire month for the SOL testing, and there be no restraints or hindrance there, that May is just opened up for them to test. So if you could look at that as a possibility, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I made a note, Ms. Hairston. First, I want to review the schedule and the window of time that is provided by VDOE, lay that over our calendar, and then take all that into consideration, and we'll come back with an update for the board.
You know, and a suggestion for moving that particular planning day, I think, could be sometime after the Easter break. I believe that Monday could be a day that could maybe be used. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Dr. Maley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to repeat some of the things that Ms. Harrison said, so I apologize, but I also want to congratulate Dr. Bergen. That was a really great presentation, and Melissa and Ryan, whatever input they had, it's just wonderful. I think the whole idea is great. It just saves all of us from forgetting someone, but yet providing recognition that our schools and our students should be getting. So thank you so much for that. And congratulations to all our students for those accomplishments. I mean, it's just amazing how many of our students are recognized for so many different things. It's just really wonderful. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Mr. Edwards. Every time we have to recognize somebody, I think you just have a knack for making them feel incredibly special. And again, you did that this evening, but this time you got to do for us too. So thank you always. I don't know that I could do that kind of thing. Once in a while when I have to do it, it takes me a lot. So you just need to have a natural knack for congratulating people and making them feel special. So thank you for all your work on that. And to everyone who sends us little things from the board, thank you for your words of appreciation. I too think that this is a difficult job, as Mrs. Harrison said, and it's a pleasure and an honor to serve with my colleagues, and I just appreciate all of what they do, and of course the words from people who have been so kind. I also just want to say an extra congratulations to Ms. Johnson. Thank you for all that you do, especially for those of us who don't read well. So I want to also thank our staff. I continue to appreciate the efforts and the work of all staff to support our school division during this time. I'd like to just give a special shout out because I hope the end of the tunnel is very near to our nurses and Mrs. Knox and Ms. Robertson for all of their assistance as we address the overall health and mental health of our students and staff during this pandemic time. It's been no easy task, but there's really does appear to be like the end of the tunnel of this very long tunnel finally. And so thank you for all of that, all of your hard work with that. I did attend the Roanoke Valley Governor School first board meeting. It was mostly a organizational meeting. They did extend a huge thank you and a lot of gratitude to Mr. Johnson for his service over the past years, and wanted me to pass along how great it was to have him serve. I did call him and extend those kind words to him. We should have some more information in April. They are currently redoing their bylaws as well and looking into making some changes to how schools are brought in as a member. But none of that is really finalized yet. Again, it was mostly an organizational meeting. I do have one question for our chairwoman, excuse me. And I have had several people asking if, according to our timeline, we have that on February 24th, we have a notification of finalists, and people are asking, Madam Chairman, if that notification will also, it says it will go to the school division website and social channels on that day is what they're asking. Will it be on that day?
What time is the deadline for I don't have the schedule in front of me. Was there a deadline?
Several days before.
Several days before.
Information is back to you, so you have a couple days to make those.
Yeah, so once it's to me, I'd actually plan on getting it to you guys the very next day and getting it out there. So there'll be plenty of notice.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, and that is all I had. Thank you all for allowing me to participate remotely. I know that's a bit of a pain. It just was unavoidable, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hill.
All right, let's see here. Teacher and staff, I want you to know I'm asking questions on how to make mask optional for you. I don't have an answer yet, but I am searching for that. Mask on buses. I want our students to know I'm asking questions about how to make mask optional on buses. I don't have answers, but I'm asking. I commented on the budget from the county about workforce training. I actually had that in my notes, but it went well with what you guys were presenting. I want to make sure we're working very closely with the county and the Office of Business Development, or Economic Development, excuse me. I cannot remember if I said this last month, so I apologize. I did attend Alice in Wonderland at Cavalier Theater. It was fantastic. As you saw tonight, we have state champions for 3 years in a row, and that Alice in Wonderland didn't disappoint either. So great job to them. I wanted to make sure I just remind parents, you are welcome. Parents are welcome. Parents are welcome. Parents are welcome in our schools. There still seems to be a miscommunication. We want you there. We want you there anytime you want to be there. I think this board has made it very clear that we welcome you there. Dr. Bergen has made it known repeatedly. And so I just want to make sure publicly we are saying it over and over again. Parents are welcome inside our schools. Last thing I'll say is I will be here afterwards for anybody that has questions, comments, and would like to talk. I will be here afterwards. So that's all.
Thank you. It looks like a lot of pages, but I'll write big. So, first thing I'd like to talk about, during this process of Mr. Leamy stepping down, Mr. Hill Dr. Bergen and I met with our attorney and came up with the process that we have advertised. And I'm understanding that from the community, that they would prefer that we conducted the interviews in open session. I personally feel I still would like to see the interviews in closed session, but I understand that we should have them. I understand that we have set the precedent by our previous appointments as being public. So I would like to come up with a compromise that we will live stream interviews we'll conduct the interviews over in the school board conference room. We'll live stream the interviews, but not let anyone in the gallery. And if there's any way possible, I'd like to go ahead and get that change advertised and out if there would be a consensus to this. Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Consensus? I got it now.
You got it. I would say no, but you've got your consensus.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We as a board are going to actually work on updating our bylaws, something that got, our bylaws, policies, and procedures, and how we're going to proceed with that. Something that kind of got lost in the shuffle during the beginning of the pandemic. So we started it, we never got back to it. And I know Ms. Harrison and I have talked about, we hear you loud and clear. Y'all may think we don't hear, but we hear you loud and clear. That you would like for us to be able to talk back. Our standard, our procedure has been for years that we listen to you speak, we do not reply. That is something that we may be working on fine details about in our work with the policies and procedures. In the meantime, I personally would like to see us conduct a couple of town halls. If board members are available to be there, great. If not, great. It's time availability. We're volunteering to do this. And to set the first one, and it's just if anybody else would be interested, I'm just throwing this out there to see the interest level of this. We're not saying we're doing this yet. We'll see what happens. But we have 3 school zones. So if we do one every 4 months, first one would be maybe the first Saturday in April. And since we're having our first meeting at Jefferson Forest, meeting at Liberty, let's have a possible first town hall meeting in Stanton River. Would anyone be interested in doing that? Mr. Nelms, Mr. Hill, Mr. Holbrook?
Certainly, I may be. I can't.
Yeah, I understand. It's a voluntarily thing. So we'll say, could we possibly do the first Saturday in April, have Stanton River open to us, to cafeteria, library?
Yeah, we'll certainly check with the school, see if they have anything already scheduled, and we'll see what we can do to accommodate that, absolutely.
Okay, that would be absolutely wonderful if we could do that. So we'll start our first one, first Saturday at 9 o'clock at Stanton River.
Will there be an agenda for?
Town hall.
Okay.
I'm going to echo Ms. Harrison and thank the Susie Gibson Culinary Arts Program. They did a great job. And I think any time that we can give our students experience in what they're learning, the better off we are. Because that's what we're trying to teach them. I want to thank everyone once again for your continued patience as we work through the bus driver shortage. I know how discouraging it is to get that phone call and all of a sudden you find out your bus isn't running and you're like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? And I felt really bad. I had one parent begging me to somehow send a bus to her house so she could get her child back in school. And I feel for you. But please know that we are doing the very best we can and we ask for your continued patience. I know earlier tonight we recognized Ms. Johnson for School Board Appreciation. But I want to make sure she knows how I definitely appreciate everything she does. Ever since she's come on the board, I've admired her diligence. But in the last couple of months, since she's been helping carry me, I've come to realize how much she does, how she goes above and beyond. And, as my kids would say, she does it with a good heart attitude. Mrs. Johnson, I truly thank you. Everybody knows I support sports. Spring sports are getting underway. This week will be the spring sport meetings with parents or next week will be the spring sport meetings with parents at Liberty High School. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Mr. Tucker or Ms. Matson. Let's get those ball fields filled. We got the kids out there playing. And lastly, I promise, as you all know, Martin Leamy resigned from the school board effective January 31st. Mr. Leamy and I ran our first campaigns together over 6 years ago and have served together ever since. He served on the design committee for the Liberty Middle School prior to taking his seat on the board. He was instrumental in getting the connector road from Liberty High School to Liberty Middle, advocated for a quality gym at Liberty High School, ensured the baseball team had their own field until the new one was complete at the middle school, fought hard for our student athletes last year, and on top of that, served as chairman during the beginning of a pandemic and led us well into the uncharted waters that everybody referred to it as. He tells me all the time that it's overused and I'm cheesy, and I don't mean it. But it truly has been an honor and a privilege to serve with him. Martin, if you're watching, thank you for everything. Now, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Hill, do I have a second? Mr. Nelms has second. Any discussion? We will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.